Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening and welcome back to Computerized Start. I am your host, Justin D. Morgan, and I will apologize. I am having slight trouble seeing the chat. You will see why in a moment. And hopefully it'll be a self-correcting problem. Alright, who do we have already? We have Frank S., Adam McGee, and Jack68K, and Jeremy's Vintage Hillbilly Shack, Bob Darlington, Rudy's Retro Intel. Welcome to the stream. Alright, let's see here. Channel announcements. Oh yeah, I got a lovely letter in the mail today. It's got British stamps on it, so I'm wondering if this was my unfortunately delayed coronation and invitation, so my apologies to the king if he changed his royal stamp to a rocket ship and sent me a coronation invitation. No, actually, I thought I would open this real quick. It's not a coronation invitation. I'm just being silly. I believe I know what this actually is. Let's see here. We have Garth Beagle. And we have Retrotech Chris. And Everything is Broken Garage. Alright. And no, this is, let's make sure I don't show my address, but actually, I'll change the to top view so I can better show what's in here. And it is exactly what I thought it was. It is my I died of dysentery button from Dan on Mastodon. Thank you, Dan. I received your button. I think there might be a second button in here. And a letter. Yes, Bill Goats. Dan, it's Apple II forever. And, oh yeah, my, he sent me a Math Munchers button. All right, thank you, Dan. So you might have seen Dan make an April II post, and I just happened to be checking Mastodon with the April II account 4 minutes after he posted this, so I was the first person to reply the magic phrase. And what was the magic phrase? Well, it was, I died of dysentery. Something I've done many a time in Oregon Trail. So, very cool buttons, Dan. Thank you very much. Alright. We'll put those in a safe place and we'll enjoy them. And, alright. Also, you can see that not only do I have buttons, but I have a Kaypro. As you might have figured from the thumbnail. And, well, there are things rattling around inside of it. I think I know what it is. I'm hoping it hasn't caused significant damage, but that's going to be my hint right there. Because unboxing this thing, well, that fell out of the computer or the packaging or something. I don't know. All I know is that it was the Kaypros are built like a tank. It was packaged sort of acceptably. They put the Kaypro in a trash bag. They put the Kaypro in a box that said Toyota Racing Development on it. So I'm like, okay, that's a good way to make it look less expensive. And then they used great stuff to spray around the sides of it. And I don't think they used the doors and windows formulation either. I think they went for straight up the red can of great stuff, because let's just say I had time trying to wedge this thing out of the box, but the thing is, there was like nothing on the top and bottom. I'm glad these are built like a tank. I mean, it had enough foam on the sides, but the top and bottom were relatively unprotected, and it came in a, I mean, seriously, it was a Toyota Racing Development parts box, so, yes. Alright, but yes, it looks like I do have a Kaypro piggy bank. And, welcome, Codebellion. Yes, I threw money at a vintage computer, and the vintage computer is throwing money back at me. So, Jeremy doesn't get why Kaypro is special. Well, Jeremy, I think the reason why the Kaypro is special is because these were, like, some of the most rugged luggables out on the market. I mean, this thing is, like, built like a tank. Other than that, I don't know what's special about them. I think users preferred them over Osborne computers because the Kaypro had a 9-inch screen, and the Osborne had a little postage stamp screen. I don't know. We'll take a look at it. I've never used a Kaypro. This is my first Kaypro. I don't even have any discs for it. I don't even know if this thing works. Money's falling out of it. There's still loose parts in it. I think it's time to crack this thing open. Now, for anyone wondering which model it is, well, I don't know of a good way to show you the model, but it's a Kaypro II. Of course, that doesn't really help you much, and if I turn this on the side where you can see which 2 it is, then I don't think my camera will focus because it'll be too close. But it's the Roman numeral 2, not the numeral 2. So, alright, if anyone, if you want me to do a Kaypro versus Osborne throwdown, then someone's going to have to contribute an Osborne to the channel, because I don't think I'll be buying one. In fact, I wasn't sure I was going to buy this Kaypro until I decided to just go for it. So, this Kaypro, where did I get it? Well, I bought it off eBay, the place where I buy everything that I regret. Although sometimes I don't regret purchases on eBay, as I've come to recently realize. Jury's still out on this one because I have not opened it. I haven't had time to open it. I've been editing videos. In fact, I have a video out for channel supporter preview. Tiers start at just $1, and you can preview my next video that I probably will premiere Monday evening, assuming there's no issues. Adam, you are more than welcome to send me your rejects. Especially if I can make live streams out of them. Alright, so, I think last week I had mentioned that one of my coworkers brought a Kaypro in, and I was probably going to live stream it. I'm still planning on probably bringing it home to live stream, but well, first of all, this came in, I think, the end of last week. So I figured I'd look at mine first. And second of all, it looks like he had opened it up and already started inspecting it on the inside, which kind of negated the, I'm going to be the first one to crack this open in 20 years. So, hey, Eric, welcome. Now, I do know there is at least one thing I'm going to have to repair on this. I think I'm going to have to remove the keyboard to get the top off, too. And let's see here. Oh, yes, I'll probably, hopefully we'll be able to edit more videos this weekend. My video editing computer decided to be mean to me this morning. I finished editing the video really late. I told Premiere Pro, render now. I saw the progress bar. I said, it's time to go to bed. I got up this morning. I approached my video editing computer, and it's making a grinding noise. Now, mind you, there's no hard drive in it. Oh, Ryan. You know, questions like that hurt. Would that be working Trident cards or non-working Trident cards, Ryan? And I think there's one response to that. Yeah, Chris is probably thinking yeah, Chris, if you haven't seen my video yet, you yeah. So Chris, if you do watch the video and you're wondering if I don't want to give away too many spoilers, but if you're wondering if the item I was using that I had to swap out is familiar, the answer is yes. All right. I left a little hint at the end of the video. So, let's see, Ryan. Let's see here. How many Trident video cards did this cost? All right, if we go by the L&Y Electronics Trident video card pricing, let's see, the ask price was $15. This Kaypro cost me 12 Trident video cards. That includes shipping. Coffee tips are always appreciated for shenanigans like this. All right, and I'm inside the Kaypro. And so far, it does look like all the logic chips are here. I believe this is an original revision logic board. There's a loose label. Oh, looky here. Oh, that's probably the CRT label. I don't know. Oh, actually, I think you can probably just see the very edge of it there. Maybe. Yeah, these things hold a... Oh, yeah, Garth. I will have to show the front. All right, there's my lucky penny. It was face up. There's one... So my cash refund from this purchase is now up to 12 cents. So if I can get 3 more cents, then I will have 1/100th of a Trident video card back in a refund. I know there's got to be at least one more coin. Oh! What do you know? Ooh! Ooh, I'm going to be a big spender. I might be able to get me a piece of bubble gum out of the machine at the grocery store, because there's a nickel. Oh, okay, we're going to look at the dates on these, but I don't think these are any particular. But wait, there's more. There's more, if I can get it out. Obviously, you could probably tell that I was not going to power this thing up until I had inspected it. Hold on, this one's being a bit tricky. Yeah, I might really be able to get a piece of bubblegum, maybe. I mean, that's depending on how much the bubblegum costs these days. Unfortunately, the Kaypro cash refund system for buying bubblegum doesn't pay you any interest. All right. Oh, another nickel. So now I'm up to 22 cents. All right. That's a 1979 nickel. Wow. Okay, so that one's... trying to figure out how long these might have been in there. This one's 1989 nickel. This penny is a 1990 penny. Okay. I was joking to someone that, you know, oh yeah, it was Epitronics was asking me during his, I made a comment on his last premiere that there was money in my vintage computer system. He asked me, is there enough money to buy another vintage computer? And I replied back, only if there's a double die coin inside. This one looks like 1983. Kind of corroded. I can't really read the date. Nothing that looks like it's going to buy me another vintage computer. Oh, this one's a 1967 dime. It's not silver. Yeah, it's like the year after. All right, so... Uh-oh, I just lost one of my pennies. All right, is there any more in this system? Oh, wait a minute. We got more money in here, and Joe is in the chat. Yeah. Yeah, Garth's like, the best part is not knowing how many more copper pennies are rolling around in this computer. Well, so far, Garth, at least one of the pennies I've pulled out is one of those copper-plated zinc pennies. So, it's not even a full-on... Actually, I think they're both copper-plated zinc. So they're not even full-on copper pennies. All right. Okay. I heard something. It sounded like it might have been bigger than a penny. All right. I'm going to tilt this way. Oh, yeah. I don't know if you saw that rolling across the bench, or rolling across, but I think that was a... Oh, it was another penny. I thought it was a nickel. All right. So what else do we have in here? This is computer... Oh, wait a minute. That was a nickel. This is computer archaeology with Justin D. Morgan. All right, so this is a 1980 nickel. Not really. 1989 penny. So if a kid put these in the vent slots, thinking it was like a coin vending machine, this computer might have been in use till 1990. Joe says, send the money to me. Hey, Joe. Yeah, nice Kaypro. It has all the chips. Yeah, I was relieved to see that it had all the chips. And it even seems to have all the capacitors, too. There's also, yeah. Well, some of the chips are a bit loose. Actually, I'll, okay. Let me not get sidetracked here, though. There are important things we got to do. Adam McGee, my coin collection. Penny, penny, quarter, quarter, nickel. Well, all right. Unless there's like some coins wedged in somewhere in this computer, and quite honestly, it might behoove me to double check. Well, there's other things in this computer too that are. There's a dead bug under the CRT. Ooh, I just found something else. Hey, Will Junior 880. Let me see here. I think this one I'm gonna need something a bit longer to get out, or I may just remove this motherboard and reach in down there and grab it. It's not a coin. You could probably see it in the camera. It's right there. It's a safety pin. Yep, Rudy. I also need to check to see if there's any reefa caps in here, and probably check the condition of the wiring, because I'm not totally convinced where this was stored. If it was stored somewhere where there could have been rodentia in it. Let's see if I can get this safety pin. I don't think it's... There we go. It's starting to rust. Okay. Well, that'll just get thrown away. All right. I think I should probably remove this motherboard so I can check for the presence of anything that shouldn't be in here. So yes. All right, so that is keyed. this has a red stripe on it, so I'll be able to get that in. All right, that has a key pin on it. Very nice. I should probably contact clean that because this connector is very corroded. Oh, here we go. Here's a plug here that also has a key pin in it. Very, very nice design. Reefa, yeah, Adam says Reefa caps from the 80s are nice. Yes. I find they're nicer when they get removed before they go. I don't want to particularly recreate any Cold War scenarios on my workbench from Reefa caps from the 80s. All right, so those screws. Okay, there's got to be another screw holding this on. Ooh, I think that's a factory lifted pin. I think it's supposed to be like that. Oh, I know what the problem is. Yes, it's there's a screw in the back. And probably the serial port. I think the serial port's holding it on too. All right. Oh, Rudy released. Yes, I saw you. Well, I saw that you had released a short today. I was at work when I noticed that you had published it. I was like, well, I guess if anyone was going to beat me to a Kaypro video this month, well, Rudy would have been one of my guesses. So, yeah, I'm going to check this. Oh, you've got a Kaypro II as well? Yes, the picture did look familiar. Yes, the Roman numeral 2. Hey, Sean. Feel like I'm, oh, and Action Retro. Hey. I'm having trouble keeping up with the chat because so, yeah, Joe's saying, put that safety pin on my jacket, be a real punk. Rudy asking me, does it have MOS RAM? I'm gonna take a moment to check the RAM. Hold on. Oh, there's a few more screws apparently. It looks like it's Oki RAM, so I may be fine there. Oh, there we go. That's. Did they stuff $20 bills in the power supply? I don't think so. I mean, that would have been nice. That would be nice if I found a $20 bill under the power supply, but. Okay. It is still being retained by something. Okay, so that's free. That should be free. I think the screws holding the printer port on. I think there's a service manual for this. Maybe I should have read it. Is it alive? I haven't tested it yet because of the coins. Yeah, Oki RAM should be good. The Shans are attracted by the lack of Y2K compliance. Yeah. I figured you two would be. Oh, that's gonna be annoying. It's got a nut on the back of the port. Alright, let me see. I may have to go get a small... Oh, nope, there we go. My finger's enough to keep the nut from turning. Why 1K? Hang it. Yeah. Yeah, I think the Kaypro, it doesn't have a real-time clock in it, so it might handle lots of dates. I think my favorite is like some of the versions of TRS DOS. They don't even support like 1989. I should be running CPM by now, yeah. I should be, except that this thing warranted an inspection. Also, there is something broken on it. I just haven't gotten there yet. Mainly because the broken piece is on the keyboard. Rudy's hoping I have diskettes for it. I have 0 diskettes for it, Rudy. I'm going to have to fall back to hoping I can set up a GoTech and find a floppy cable. Alright, so I got the logic board out. Guess here's a slightly closer look. So we got the Z80 CPU. There's the floppy drive controller. I think here's the 8440s. I think these are the I/O chips. Looks like another I/O chip. These are ROMs. Let's see here. The video RAM. I may very well have to remove and deoxit a lot of these sockets, because the RAM is Oki RAM. Although I thought there was video RAM on this too. I do not see separate RAM chips apart from these, so I think it's Oki RAM. Because I thought these had like 1K of video RAM. Oh, oh, no, I think that's just a plastic tab. I was about to say, I think there's a dead bug right there. Keyboard controller's attached. Yes, there is something broken, so it's not an Apple, you will need boot disks, yeah. Alright, the CRT appears to be intact. It's dirty, but intact. Alright, let's see here. Where are the Reefa caps hiding? Ah, well, there's one of them. Actually, this power supply board looks very familiar. Aztec Components. It looks a lot like the power supply in the TRS-80. Oh! Sean's got a video upcoming. He's wearing gloves like me and gives a little shout out. Thank you. Alright. Well, there's the rusty screws. I bet I'm going to have to pull these floppy mechanisms and clean them, and the rusty screws holding them in could be a slight problem. I think maybe I will first... First, let me see if I can figure out how to get this power supply out. I think it's just 4 screws and unplug the cable, because there definitely is a Reefa cap on it. I see it. The fuse is unblown, though, so the seller probably didn't try powering it up. So we got that. The floppy mechanisms, I do see on the metal parts that I can see, there appears to be some tarnish. They're probably going to need to be cleaned. It is possible that they are... I'm thinking they might be the... I don't know what brand they are. Okay. CRT's intact. This board here... Well, there's a little rust on this transformer, on the ferrite part. Okay, that's probably fine. Everything looks intact there. I don't see any other coins in here. Alright, so we got... I think the power supply I'll have to fix. And then remove the Reefa. Power it up to at least see if it works. And then probably have to remove the floppy drives to clean them. To then see if I can't hastily create a disk. Or I'll use a GoTech. I might be able to rig up a GoTech. Alright. But before we get to this, let's go to the keyboard, because it is where the repair needs to be made. Is it an X or a Y Reefa? It is an X Rifa. I'm trying to look to see if there's... Oh, I see more than one... I see more than one X Rifa, and one of them looks like it is primed and ready to go. You know, this... Yeah. Okay. So there's that. I think to remove the power supply... I'm trying to... I think it would be easier to remove it from the standoffs on the back of the case. I think. I'm just trying to... Let's take a look at the keyboard first, then I'll come back to this. Alright. We'll come back to this momentarily. Let me just set it off to the side where it's out of the way. Because the keyboard might pose a slightly larger problem. Oh, and there's the keyboard cable that fell out. Alright. Whoops. What did I just... Oh. Okay. Well, I just knocked my Hacko off the workbench, but it actually didn't hit the ground. Which is probably actually... Well... The cord for the iron got caught, so that saved it from hitting the ground. I'm still not sure exactly what I bumped into it to push it off the bench, but... Alright, so let's see here. 13 people watching. Don't forget to smash that like button. And subscribe and turn on notifications so you know when I upload videos. Alright, so this keyboard has a slight problem. The place where you plug the cable in is kind of, it's hidden. How many $half are inside the keyboard? Unfortunately, I think 0. So let's see if I can't open this up and maybe fix that plug, the coin return. For all I know, someone tried to plug the keyboard into a phone line and wireless Kaypro keyboard. I wish it was wireless, because this was that time where if you accidentally tripped over cords, it would yank the computer off the desk with it. Rudy says I don't need a keyboard to use CPM. Okay. Okay, Rudy. Which CPM commands can I type without a keyboard? Oh, there is something rattling around in here. I'm hoping it's just the, something of non-importance. It's not a coin. If it came from... Oh, there could be rust in here. Okay. Oh, so I successfully removed the aluminum top plate, which actually is in decent shape, other than I guess some of the paint's rubbed off there, and oh yeah, that's actually in decent shape. That'll probably clean up fairly decently. Ew, dust. Let's see here. I think to get the keyboard out, at least all the keys are here. I think if I remove these 4 screws, then I should be able to get the keyboard out. Oh, but here's the, oh. That's why it's broken. Okay. It was one of those plastic, RJ jacks, and it looks like it did what old plastic does and broke. Yeah. Okay, well, repairable, but finding a jack that'll actually fit the opening like the original could be interesting. Well, we'll see what I can find. Maybe there was a standard size jack. Hey, K-Mac. And if there's a problem with my keyboard encoder, I can ask Joe to add it to his list of keyboard encoders that people have asked for. Although maybe it uses a standard encoder. Oh. Okay, I may have to get some, that screw's rusted on. I may have to go get some, whatever they call it. It's the stuff you put on stuck screws and it kind of convinces them to come out. That's not like a welding torch to melt them out. All right, let me see if maybe by chance it'll. Nope, that's stuck. Okay, let's go for a little bit of. All right, let me see if I can. Let's see. I got liquid wrench that's missing the. Okay, well, that's an easy choice. I was about to say, well, I got liquid wrench and I have PB blaster. But the liquid wrench is missing the plastic thing. WD-40. I don't think I have any WD-40 in the house. Believe it or not. Oh, well, unless you're talking about WD-40 white lithium grease, but that's not what I need. Alright, so I'm going to attempt to. So this is a can that has a little adjustable spray. So I just set it to low, which probably means it's still going to go more places than I want it to. And I'm going to see if I can't just dribble it around the screw and not get it too bad onto the keyboard mechanism. Of course, maybe if I was also thinking I would. Maybe I turned it down too low. Yeah, look at all the empty key switch holes. They didn't know what they wanted. Yeah. Yeah, I noticed that. Or it started as a terminal keyboard. Oh, you know, I think this can doesn't spray if you turn it all the way down. Oh, there we go. Okay. So I turned it all the way down and the button was stuck. So apparently you can only turn it down to about 25%. Any lower I mean, these cans are made so wonderfully. Come on. All right. I don't want to get this everywhere. I got another solution for this. Spray it into there. At least until I get it to the point where it'll actually spray. Nope. There we go. There we go. Now it's spraying. Oh, there we go. Yeah, probably is just a PIC type microcontroller. It's a Mitsubishi of chip of some sort. Actually, there's two Mitsubishi chips, but nope. 74154N. Oh. All right, there we go. So I'm just kind of trying to get a little bit of this penetrating, powerful rust penetrating catalyst, blah, 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 blah. It's supposed to be the magic stuff for removing bolts. I mean, it did finally help me get the... I was, the chair I'm in right now, I was trying to get the cylinder out of it. That was original because I wanted to put the taller cylinder in it to make it a, like, turn it into the stool instead of the chair. And I just about never got it out, but finally with some, I think... Oh, I finally just ordered another cylinder kit from Amazon that came with a removal tool. That's how I got it out. The PB Blaster might have helped. Joe, it is a Mitsubishi M5L8049-109P-6. I'm presuming that's the chip name or chip number. It also might be a 3-Z0300-08. Japan 8250. The 50th week of 82. Well, if this number here is maybe the manufacture date, it looks like it might be January 83. Cool. Remove it with fire. Well... Yep, it's the same company that makes made wonderful cars. I guess they still make cars, but I don't know what cars they make nowadays. Made wonderful cars like the Galant. Actually, they probably still make the Galant. Ooh. Nope, that's still stuck. Still stuck. All right. I mean, I don't know if any of this is actually getting in under the screw because it's torqued in. I do have something else. That I remembered the other day. I picked it up at Lowe's. It is liquid grip prevents screws from stripping. So apparently, you're supposed to up to 7 times more grip versus untreated screws. Shake while prior to use. Apply a drop to fastener head or tool prior to use. Use tool to remove or install fastener. Wipe clean. Alright. Oh, they're all crossovers and SUVs now. Yeah, I suspected. Oh, let me guess. Oh. There's a step missing from the instructions, apparently. The instructions tell you to shake well and apply a drop. But what it doesn't tell you is that you need to actually clip the end off the bottle, or you'll never get anything out of it. Wow, actually there's not much in here. Oh, there we go. Oh, alright. They're the Dodge of Japan. Ah. Alright, there we go. Alright, does this stuff work? Well, let me see if I can find a better screwdriver. I think I need a Phillips 2. Actually, maybe that is a Phillips 2. Okay, let me find a different Phillips. If I can figure out where I did with it. I think I've got a... Actually, you know... Let me try this. It's an inside screw. No one will ever see it. Oh, that's not going to get any grip on it. Hold, please. Let me get the... let me find my robo grip. Nope. Okay, I know it's around here somewhere. See, let's see. I just need to like start saying tools that I don't need, because then the tools I'm looking for show up. So I think I need a reciprocating saw. Okay, now I should be able to. Now that I need a reciprocating saw, I should be able to find the tools I'm looking for. Yes, reciprocate. Oh, there we go. There's one of the options. See, it worked. Now, what was I going to use the reciprocating saw for? Well, you never know when one of my live streams might have to break out into a side home improvement project while I wait for the stuff to unbreak the rust's hold on this screw. There we go. All right. Got the screw out. And it is possible the PB blaster actually did something. Yeah, this is a funny looking Apple II. Yes, the actually, if you're wondering why Kaypro or Kaypro called this the Kaypro II with the Roman numeral 2, you need look no further than the popular selling Apple II, because they totally wanted to have a Roman numeral 2 in their product name too. Ew. Gross. Alright, at least the bottom of the keyboard's relatively clean. The jack is going to pose a problem because I don't think there's any way I'm going to be able to plug a cable into it. Yeah, there's not enough of it there to... Oh, wait. Actually, there might be enough of it there to hold. Oh, wait. There might actually be plastic pieces in there, too. Oh! It is Retro Techie! Hey, Retro Techie. This inside of the keyboard bottom base looks absolutely awful. I'm hoping these aren't foam and foil keys. But at least I think I now could plug this into the Kaypro, even if I don't reassemble it. But I do want to take one look here. Yeah, let's see here. Which key, if I were to break it by accident trying to remove the key, which key do I think I could get away with not having? And that is going to be the tilde key. Oh, actually these look like they're actual key switches. Okay. I think those are actually key switches. All right. Then these will probably... The return key was a little stuck. The quote key is kind of sticky too. Okay, that's an important key. That one's stuck. Okay, so the question mark / key is stuck. Alp switches? Okay. Keys will clean up real nice, yeah. Yeah, the cursor key combination leaves something to be desired. Oh, I know why it's stuck. It also explains where the rest of the RJ11 jack went. There we go. There's a piece of plastic stuck under it. Maybe I should, maybe I should remove the... Actually, let me remove this key and a couple of the keys around the return key, just to make sure there's no other plastic bits around under the return key, because it was kind of feeling sticky. It might have just been lack of use. All right, so the delete key. And, oh. All right, we'll see you later, Adam. Thanks for Thanks for joining for the first hour. All right, so, okay. Okay, looks like there are no... Well, I may have to review the video to make sure I didn't just mix up keys, but I don't think I did. Yeah, those look... Yeah, I think those are... Okay. Okay, so, yeah, the, Oh, actually... Do I actually have enough plastic pieces to glue this back together? Okay. Well, that's that plastic piece. And this is... No. There are not enough pieces to glue this back together. Okay. I will have to get another one of these connectors. Hopefully I will be able to find one that might fit where the original went. More or less decently. Okay. For now, though, I'll just do that, because at least the cable should stay in enough to... For testing, I am going to... I will leave the screws out, except for this one, because this one actually is ground. So I will at least reconnect the ground screw. But these other 3 screws I will put in a safe spot so that I don't lose them. And by put them in a safe spot so I don't lose them, actually means I will... do this number. There. I'll even keep those 2 plastic bits. All right. So, keyboard looks okay to power up. I'm not totally convinced I won't have to, like, deoxit that socket. There's the little speaker on it. Okay. There's that. Oh. I guess let me also... Because I'm really good at starting projects and really bad at finishing them, and I don't want to lose the screws too prematurely. Alright, so there's the keyboard. I got the screws set aside, hopefully in a semi-safe spot. I'm going to set the Kaypro keyboard in a relatively bad spot. And let's get back to the main computer. And let's see if I can get this power supply out to disarm the Rifa. I mean, there probably is a coffee tip amount that I would just say full send, plug it in, and go, but I know people have asked before. I don't know what that tip amount would be, though. It's definitely more than like $2. Because I'd have to put up with my basement smelling like Rifa for weeks. Rudy, A ring. Alright, just trying to remove this without ramming anything into the back of the CRT. Because that would be a travesty for this to have made it all the way from wherever the seller was to my neck of the woods in Virginia, only for me to be the one to break the CRT. Actually, I think this came from Tennessee, because I got it like really quick. Put this away and come recap your Game Gear. I don't think you'd want to know my labor rates to actually do an on-site Game Gear recapping, especially my rates to do it tonight. Considering I would have to take a Concorde flight to get there tonight, and I think the Concorde is just a little bit too mothballed to get a flight on one tonight. Yeah. Yeah. Also, I probably more importantly, I don't have a passport. Which would mean I would have to drive there and... Well, my DeLorean's in the shop. Yeah, I had to take my DeLorean in because it, no matter what I try, I can't get it to go any faster than 0 miles an hour. I'll fax you down my transporter. Oh, and why won't my DeLorean go any faster than 0 miles an hour? Well, that would require me to know which shop has my DeLorean. Although, speaking of shops, yeah, the dealership where I take my car to get serviced is now under new ownership, and I'm hoping that's a good thing. Which, considering the dealership that bought them actually has a couple other dealerships in the area, and I haven't heard any bad things about them, it actually probably is a good thing. So... Yes, I don't know what part of the East Coast they're in currently. I think North Carolina, they've got some dealerships, but apparently Flow Automotive bought um, the Subaru dealership, among others. So, all right, I'm just trying to get the connector off this power supply so I can get it out. But yeah, there are... Oh, the reefa caps are multiplying. There's at least 3 reefa caps on it now. There were 2 last time I checked. Now there's 3. And they're all X-Class. I may have to, I may just have to spray contact cleaner into this connector, because I think it's oxidized on. Hold please while I make a mess of things. Let's see here. Alright. hoping a little contact cleaner will free up any oxidation in this connector. And then maybe it will come off and I can get these refas out. And I'll have to order refas next week. Although I'm going to take a close look at this power supply. It looks a lot like some of the Tandy power supplies. I may just order a whole recapping kit from Console 5. Especially if it is the same power supply that was used in other computers. Console 5 may actually have a cap kit for it. And I may just go ahead and recap it. Because I'm a nice guy like that, and I like my computers to run. Oh, tandem drives. That's the name I was trying to think of earlier. These look like tandem drives. Which would also be good, because that means there should be... There we go. If at first the connector doesn't want to come off, spray a little contact cleaner in it. All right. So, the power supply in this Kaypro is an Aztec AA12450, 55 watts max, 75 watts, forced air cooled. All right, we'll get this on the bench here in a moment. Yeah, it looks a lot like a power supply I've seen before. All right. Let's set this to the side where... All right, let's take a look at this power supply here. All right, so... Oh. All right, there we go. So here's the power supply. We have this reefa here that is like... Looks like it's just ready to go. And then there's these two that don't look so bad, but they are X-class. So I'm just going to go ahead and pull them off as well. So this is a 0.1 microfarad X-class, and these are 0.01 microfarad X-class. I'm actually tempted to see... No, I'm not going to have any spares of these. Okay, well, let's get these refas off of here. Sometimes I have no sense of adventure. A Meanwell PSU would be lighter. Yes, but a Meanwell PSU would not be original. If this power supply works, I'd probably rather use it. Because this power supply... Quite honestly, this power supply might have been built better than some of the modern power supplies. With maybe exception to their choice of safety cap brand. Oh, Adam found a few moments. Well, Adam, you will see me. I'm disarming the power supply. I think when I get this one off, you might agree with my assessment that this one looks like it was just about ready to go. Yeah, this is an Aztec power supply. I honestly think I've seen a computer that used the same power supply. Either I've seen it in a video, or I actually own that other computer. Or that other computer has one very much like this. It could be a clone of this Aztec. But this certainly looks like the power supply in my Model 4P. But I know I've also seen a number of TRS-80 Model 4 videos, and the power supply is slightly different, but looks a lot like this one too. So I think one of those two TRS-80s actually uses this power supply. The baby refas, one of them looks okay, one of them is cracked, so I may just go ahead and remove both of them. This one here is, I think this one was like one power one power event away from... I mean, look at how discolored this one is. In fact, this one might have already... Actually, this one might have actually already blown, because... Actually, if this one hasn't already blown, because this crack looks pretty vicious here. Let me see if I can, I may, put it under the microscope. If this actually isn't already blown, this one was about to. Yeah. Jeremy, this wick has flux in it. So, I usually start with not adding extra flux because it's got a decent flux in it. Maybe that's not the right thing to do. Maybe I should add flux anyways, but sometimes I just don't want to deal with tacky flux mess. All right. That's weird. Oh. Let's see here. I think my, hold on. My, pluggable microscope. There we go. Decided to stop responding. There we go. I pulled it out because... Look at that. So if this reef hadn't already blown, it might very well have already blown. If it isn't already blown, it probably would have gone as soon as I plugged it in. Peel the plastic off to explore the insides. Sure, why not? Yeah, that's a dead reefa. It is quite possible that reefa was shorted, so... Yeah, if anyone wants to know what's in a reefa cap, here, we'll disassemble this. After I take a picture of it so that I can remember what I need to order. So, hold on one moment. Let me take a picture. Because after I do my diagnostic disassembly, I probably will not have enough of it to do this. And let me measure the pin spacing here one moment. Because as much as I like to use safety caps that are not going to go a second time, it is quite possible I'll just order a direct replacement in this case. Looks like that is a 20 millimeter spacing. Okay. Now that I have made my notes, what is in a reefa cap? Well, scalpel would be handy. Yeah, I've got a scalpel too. Well, first of all, a reefa cap is... Oh, look at... Yeah, this plastic is just like super brittle. Wow, this is like... There's spindler plastic, and then there's like degraded reefa plastic. This is just like... Yeah, going like nobody's business. If I was smart, I would be filming a short too while I was doing this. Alright. Alright. I think there is Yeah, I think this is a paper coating over the capacitor. Oh yeah, I'm going to have reefa capacitor bits all over my workbench. Okay. So this is what's in a reefa capacitor. So, got plastic, and then I think it had like a paper outer coating, or maybe that's actually part of it. But it's... Well, if I can get it apart, and this is probably the point where the scalpel will be handy. So, hold please while I look for my reciprocating saw. I know my scalpel was on my workbench at some point tonight. I saw it. I saw like a glimmer of the handle. So I'm obviously looking for my reciprocating saw because that will be the tool that's hiding now that I'm looking for it. And the scalpel will hopefully just surface here very quickly. Then again, the tools on my workbench might be onto my misdirections, so it might take me 2 moments. Or I'll, okay. Or I'll use these to try to peel it away. Paper infused with cap juice. Well, I can tell you one thing. If this was infused with cap juice, the electrolyte kind of seems like it might have dried up. Or maybe it's not a very liquid electrolyte. Yeah. I want to try to unroll this, because basically what this is kind of like a capacitor roll-up. So you think of your fruit roll-up, but it's like a capacitor roll-up. And I'm having trouble separating, but yeah, this is yeah, unwrapping a piece of gum and never getting to it. Yeah, what I need is fun as my scalpel. I misplaced it on my workbench. And that's despite the fact that I actually did buy one with a green handle on purpose, just so it would be obvious, and now it's hiding. Alright, hold on. I know it's got to be around here. Oh, here we go. This will probably work. Just trying to... Trying to get my blade under the... Oh, I thought that was where the roll started. No, that's not. I don't see... Oh, I don't see where the roll starts. Is there brown goo on the PCB where this was? No, there's not. There is not brown goo. It looks like actually it might have been ready to go. Oh. Oh, here we go. Okay, let me set this back to the side. Alright, so I just, well, that is... You know, this thing looks like it's so dried up that I'm never going to get this thing apart. Okay. Yeah, it just evaporated. Okay, so this is what's in a reefa cap. It's basically a paper roll-up, and this one's kind of so dried up that I don't think I'm ever going to get it apart. Kind of seems like it's dried up and oh, here we go. Here we go. Maybe if I yeah, I'm never gonna get that apart. Okay, so basically, what's in a reefa cap? Sadness, just like now what's on my workbench. So, all right, let's get these other two reefa caps off, and then I'll clean my workbench up. Well, actually, yeah, I'm never gonna get those apart. Okay, so let me get these other two reefas off. They're probably fine, but one of them did look like it's cracked. They are all three X class. All right, so there's one of them. Yeah, I'll replace these at some point. Luckily, I don't think I've got any nearby neighbors that do CB or like shortwave radio, because I'd probably know it later if I power this up without this cap. They'll potentially have some interference or something like that. I'll order some replacements. All right, so there's one of them. All right, there we go. Okay, there's one. It's actually cracked. All right, and the other one is right. I think it's this one right here, because there's one of its two pins. Because it looks like this board was made so they could use two different sizes of safety caps. Because there's actually two through holes here. It does look like there's only one through hole on the other side for this cap, or I'm looking at the wrong through holes. I think this is the other one. There we go. I think that's it. Yeah, there we go. All right. No more reefa caps. They are removed. Actually, both of these are cracked. All right. So I'll replace those at some point. Yes, not today, reefas. I have removed you. The computer will have to get its revenge some other way. Now, could I still have a capacitor go? Yeah, of course. One of the electrolytics could go. Entirely possible. But I think that reefa was like ready to go. Unless it had already gone. It might have already gone. All right. All right. I will clean that later. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I think I'll first try to power up. Well, actually, I probably should reattach. All right. I am going to reattach the power supply with at least actually, I think I'll reattach it with at least two of its fasteners, which I think were these. Since this is the AC, where the AC is rectified to DC. I don't want it to short against anything. All right. There's that. I'm going to have to at least wrong screw. All right, let's see here. Oh, all right. Good night, Frank. All right. There we go. 2 screws in the power supply. That should hold it safely out of the way. All right, let me plug it in. Let's see here. I don't think there's really a good way to check for voltages because the power doesn't plug in directly to it, so there's not really a good place for me to measure, so we're just going to go for it. All right, so I am going to make sure these chips are seated, because some of them are, actually a lot of them are partially out of their socket. If this were an Apple II, I would just drop it on the workbench about 6 inches. But it's not an Apple II. Or Apple III, I mean. If it was an Apple II, I wouldn't have to do anything. It would just work. If it was an Apple III, I would drop it 6 inches to reseat everything. Although UPS probably dropped it at least once more than 6 inches while they had it. And, well, things are unseated. All right. A lovely mod. Copy controller, a couple more logic chips. All right. I think, though, I can just kind of set this right like this. And as long as I'm careful, I'm not going to reattach that. I will plug in this. I don't know what this is. I'll plug in this because one of these is going to be the reset button, I think. I guess I'll go ahead and plug the... Actually, I'm not going to... Well, if I can help it. Well, actually, I was about to say I wasn't going to plug the floppy drives back in, but there is no way to unplug them. Or, it's difficult to unplug them. All right. We'll see what they do. Okay, so I think we've got power, got all the connectors plugged back in. All right. Put a camera in a box, mail it by UPS and see what happens. Yeah. All right. So if you enjoy reckless power-ups of vintage computers, smash that like button. All right, so I've removed the refuzz. Going to plug the power in. Power switch is off on the back. All right, power is in. All right, I am going to actually, let me see if I can find what I did with the original power cord, because it had a right angle on it. I might be able to, if I use it, I might actually be able to set this up right. Actually, you know, I can still set this up right. It'll just be partially off my workbench. But at least you'll see the CRT. All right. So at least you'll see if anything happens. All right. Smoke test in. And actually, I'm actually going to turn this on with a non-metallic object, just in case. All right. Don't worry, I'm just using the wooden handle of this to turn this on. All right. So, power in 3, 2, 1. Did I actually turn it on? I'm going to call that a no joy. I believe nothing happened. I didn't, So, I think I know what the problem probably is. If that reefa went, then the fuse that's in the back is probably blown. Let me check the fuse. I can, because there's a fuse on the power supply, but there's also a fuse on the back panel. Let me see if I can get that fuse open. Let me check that real quick. Just gotta find something to turn the... I need to get me a better tool set for my workbench. That may be one of the next things I do with proceeds from coffee, is buy a better tool set that has the right computer bits. Maybe one of the nice iFixit tool sets. They're pretty nice. All right. Hold please while I attempt to find something that will turn this fuse holder the rest of the way. Oh, it is... Oh, okay, I see what the problem is. It is turned all the way, but it is stuck. Which tells me that... Alright, so I have removed the fuse that was in the back. And it looks intact. Oh, this could be... Alright. Hold, please, while I... Yeah, the fuse. There's a fuse holder in the back. Because I didn't get any impression when I plugged the power in that anything happened. You know, maybe I should spray some contact cleaner into the fuse holder. It did feel kind of crunchy. Power switch might be crunchy too. Okay. I can't. Oh, hold on. I see my multimeter leads. Yes, for a video I haven't released yet, I actually made use of the clamp feature on my little multimeter and you had to remove the leads to do it. Luckily, I found my leads. That video is not the one that I'm hoping to release Monday. Okay, so the fuse that was in the back is okay. It's oh, I didn't realize this meter had a backlight. Interesting. Okay, so the fuse is intact. Turn the empty RAM to 0, yeah. Alright. Okay, so that fuse looks intact. Alright, let me see if I can get the fuse holder closed in. Alright. Oh, if I can get the fuse holder to cooperate. There we go. Okay. Oh, those are the best fuse holders. Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go. Okay, so I got it back in. Alright. Let's try that again. Fuse is intact. Maybe I got something unplugged. Maybe this power supply needs the reefa caps. Maybe, well, maybe the circuits. Oh, maybe the power plug is... Okay. Okay, that is nothing. Okay. We still have nothing. I'm not hearing anything activate. Let me... Alright, let me go to AC. I'm going to very carefully check the switch. So I think... Oh, there's 12 volts AC there. That... If I turn that on... No. Alright, that's... Oh, wait. Is my probe's even getting down into there? I don't know. Alright, let me unplug. And let me very carefully trace the wires. So this is... That's the ground wire. Here's the wire coming from the... That one's coming from the mains. And these... Okay, so these two are mains. Alright. Okay. Alright. I am... have enough of the contacts exposed. This is the point where... And I have 12 volts AC. I think there's a problem with the incoming power module. The little... Yeah, it's dead. I think the... Alright. For sanity, let me check my power plug that I'm plugging into it. And I have 124 volts AC. Okay. So that has voltage. So power goes into a IEC plug, which is like a little one of those power modules that has speed terminals on the back. It looks big enough like there might be something in it. Maybe... Alright, I'm going to spray some contact cleaner in the power jack area. And I'm going to let that evaporate. I'm also looking to see if there's anywhere else where I can safely get a multimeter. But it kind of looks like there is no voltage getting to the power switch. Not anywhere near 120 volts getting to the power switch. All right, let's try this again. Did you reconnect all the wires? Yes, Joe, I reconnected all the wires. Okay, I have 124 volts now. Okay. All right. So I had 124 volts going into the power supply. I am now looking to see... I'm double checking because Joe's asking if I connected all the wires. And I said yes, and now I'm double checking. I connected the wire harness to the power supply, and that's where the AC goes in and the DC comes out. Guess not that I am necessarily the best person to hear the high voltage line of a CRT. I generally, though, can hear when they kind of energize, and I did not hear that. So I am going to measure what we might have coming off of that power supply. And we have 0 volts on the 5-volt rail. And we have 11 at... Oh. Okay, I was about freaked out when I saw 115. That's 115 millivolts DC on the 12 volt. And so the power supply is... And we have... Ooh, we have our big winner. -4 volts on the -12 volt rail. This is a... power supply is dead. Alright, so we have at least... we have something wrong with the power supply. Oh, I reconnected all the wires. I checked. I did. I reconnected them all. We're not getting... We're not getting the right voltages from the power supply, so I need to pull it out. when you turn it on and press keys on the keyboard, does the little keyboard speaker make clicky noises? I don't know, Joe. I didn't have the keyboard plugged in. Adam says, I can tell you that if the baby X Rifa caps and a Dynacomp PSU in a mid-80s 2E are missing, you don't get 12 volts. I was afraid of something like that. Unfortunately, the baby Rifa caps kind of look like they're broken and ready to go. Hold on. I may have some of these though. Let me check my cap kits. I think I've got a cap kit or two that I haven't installed that might have some of these. So maybe I can borrow. All right, this is a cap kit for a 2C. And let's see here. All right, I have some. I've got an X1 class that's marked 104K 440V. I don't know, and it might fit. I think I've got another cap kit I can steal. If that is a .01 microfarad safety cap, then I can borrow from these two cap kits. Let me double check. That is a Console 5 kit for a Apple II Aztec power supply. And I think I've got another one because I think I ordered a couple of them by mistake. Let's see here. Apple II Aztec AA1040. AA1040B. Yep, I think this is it. And that is a AA1040B. That is that's a 0.1 microfarad. Bummer. Okay, wrong value. Hey, I could actually use that to replace the main. All right, Rifa values are very forgiving. Worst thing is it fails. Well, actually, it's. Well, I guess maybe I could put the baby Rifas back on. If the worst thing is they fail and I risk them failing, I'll just put the originals back on and order the proper ones. I guess if I'm going to have one fail, I'd just rather have the original fail and not a brand new one that goes in a cap kit that I could use in the future, and unless I destroy the Rifa. Oh, hey, Sorcerer Stan. Welcome and good night. I just saw that you popped in because I was busy Busy trying to see what I had in the collection. I guess I can look at the power supply and see if it looks like... All right. Okay, let me see if I can get this connector off again. All right. Just don't mix X or Y, yeah. Because I think you can... Don't quote me on it. I think you can replace, like, one with the other, but not the other way around. But I'd just rather replace like type for like, because then I know it'll... Oh, Adam will send me a bag of reefas. Excellent. All right. Connectors, just... All right. Yes, I have it on my list of things to order as some more spudgers. There we go. All right. Power supply's out again. All right. So those two safety caps I removed. Oh, well, one of them was between neutral and live, I believe. Okay, so one was between neutral and live. The other one was between ground and... Yeah, okay. I think I know which one's probably required for the 12 volts to work. It's probably C13, the one that's right here, that looks like it's between ground and possibly some of the DC rectification circuitry. C2, which was the reefa cap that I destroyed in the name of science, is going between... I can't tell what it goes between because it's... Looks like it's on the... Okay. I think that's the diode bridge, so... And it's after a transformer. So the one I destroyed, it looks like it's also between line and neutral, but after a transformer. But it doesn't look like it's a very big transformer, so I think it's just like a isolation transformer of some sort. Okay, so I think I see which one I probably need to... Yeah, I'm not going to mix them because I don't know. Oh, okay. Well, one of these baby reefas actually is pretty badly cracked. So I guess if I'm going to put one of these back for testing, because they're the same, I'll put the better one back in. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to put one of these reefas back in just to see if I get voltage. I may get voltage. I may get smoke. I don't know which I'll get. I realize I'm off the workbench, but I'm just going to see if I can't solder this back on real quick. And we'll see if that's what we need to get 12 volts. Because I suspect if there's no 12 volts, then quite possibly you don't get 5 volts either. Okay. That one's back in. All right. Yeah, worst thing I do is I blow the cap. Which... yeah. It would be inconvenient for sure, but... okay, so I got that back in. That's the one that looked like it might be on the DC side. The other two look like they're on the AC side, so they shouldn't be required for voltage. Let me make sure I've got this plugged the right way. Yes, I'm pretty sure I had it plugged in the right way before because... oh, got one of the pins. Let me see, what model power supply is this? While I'm on, I got Console 5's website opened up. 5 volts probably reference from 12. Yeah, that's probably true. Okay, so I just want to double check something. Console 5, cap kits. They don't have a Kaypro category, but let's go to Tandy Radio Shack. Because here we go. Is that the Aztec? Okay. Now, okay, Console 5 does not have... I don't think they got a cap kit for this power supply. They do have one for the Model 4P power supply, which I think is a clone of this. Because it looks very similar, but I think it's like either a clone or perhaps a... it's not to say Aztec didn't make it, but Tandy may have requested changes. So it has a Tandy part number. But I just looked at the cap list, and the safety caps are different values, so it's not close enough that I'm going to gamble ordering one and thinking I'd be able to just recap this power supply with that kit. There's probably a cap list out there somewhere for this supply, so I may recap this power supply sooner rather than later, since I gotta replace reefas anyways. Okay, so there's the power supply. It's back in. All right. Yeah, I think I will, Adam, I think I will check the cap lists, because I agree with you. That power supply, I have seen someone with a Model 4 of some sort. Maybe it was in one of Joe's videos. Maybe it was while you had your Tandy open on one of Dave's streams. I don't know. Could be on the website of the gentleman that sells TRS-80 upgrades and replacements. Somewhere I have seen that supply from the Tandy, and yes, I agree. It looks like a match. It's just not the same one that's in my Model 4P. I have a non-gate array Model 4P, so that one's not the match I'm looking for. But yeah, maybe if I can find the cap list for that supply or even the model number, I'm thinking that might be the same power supply. You're right. It looks. I don't know where I've seen it, but yeah. Okay, so I've got it plugged in. Oh, Joe, I was just um, saying that someone's had a TRS-80 open that I've seen, and the supply looks the same as this one, and I thought it might have been maybe one of your streams when you had a TRS-80 Model 4 or 4P up on the bench. Might have been Adam during one of Dave's live streams. I don't know. Someone's had a Model 4 open. I saw the power supply and it looked identical. Could even have been Rudy for all I know. Sloopy might have the answers. Yes. Yeah, Sloopy might duck in after the Coco podcast is over. Okay, so I just powered it up again. I did not see or hear anything that sounded like capacitors charging. It's not to say that I don't have more voltages now. Okay, so for 5 volts, I have not 5 volts. Nope, that is definitely not 5 volts. It's like 250 milliamps. For 12 volts, I have millivolts. And for negative 12 volts, I have negative 4 volts. Yeah, there's, okay. Okay, so that refo was not the one I was looking for. I think I may need to actually I think I need to look at the power supply a bit closer. I might need to see what would happen if I'd powered up without the logic board connected. Okay. Alright, I'm just gonna see what happens. Nope, I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear anything, I don't see anything. I don't think... No, I do not see, cathode glow. I think the power supply is dead. Although I guess maybe I could, trying to see if there's any way I can, Oh, you know what I could do? Okay, so I can't really get the multimeter probes in to measure the voltage going into the power supply because I can't really get it in. However, it just dawned on me that I can put my clamp multimeter into current mode, and I can clamp one of the AC wires coming from the power switch and turn the power switch on and see if I see any current. And I actually momentarily saw 1 amp of current, and then it dropped down to 0.01 amps. Okay. Unfortunately, this doesn't do clamp voltage. It's just clamp current. Although it does have this cool feature. Alright, so it has a non-contact voltage feature. So that's the power cord. Okay, so it is detecting AC voltage when I turn the power switch on. Okay. Yeah, if I had a bench power supply, I could eliminate the power supply for now. I have a bench supply, but it only has one output. And it's not reliable enough to set that I'm going to risk a Kaypro on it. Yet, at least. I think this calls for a little bit of probing around with the... Actually, you know, I just thought of something. Let me just maybe... Let's see what I might be able to just use the multimeter and check on this power supply. Alright. Actually, let me unplug that. There we go. Okay. Come on. We'll check for, I guess, that condition of pins and just make sure I don't have any cold solder joints, or maybe we can check some of the components in circuit. Do not like the power connector they used. It's... Alright, so... I'm wondering if maybe back in the 80s, late 80s, early 90s, assuming someone was using it that long. Of course, I guess maybe they might have, maybe they relegated the Kaypro to letting their kids use it. So I guess maybe it still might have been in service in the early 90s as the kid's computer. Maybe one of their kids, younger kids maybe, decided to insert coins into the coin acceptor on the Kaypro, not realizing that it's not a Macintosh, and so that thus doesn't have a coin acceptor. Ha ha ha. Alright, see you later, Adam. Alright. Let's just see if there's anything wrong with this power supply that I see, other than the fact that I've kind of bent some of the pins trying to get it out. Maybe I'll just reflow some of these pins. First, I guess let's take a look at what some of these components are. So it looks like there's a diode there. There are pair diodes. Those look like diodes. Those are... I bet those are all diodes. So I can check those with the multimeter. And that's a 7912. And... Okay, so I do have 70... Actually, I'm not sure if I have any 7912s now that I say that. So I can check the diodes to make sure they're dioding. And I'm having trouble seeing what that is. So maybe I just might have to remove a couple of those and check. there is this transistor here. That looks kind of funny on the top of it, but that just might be some surface corrosion. And then there are these capacitors. They are... they do look like Nichicon. No, they're not Nichicon. They're United Chemicon. So these are United Chemicon. And so are these, because I see the logo. Okay, these green ones are Nichicon. And this blue one here is... Oh, I just realized. You probably could see what I'm looking at a lot better if I'd zoom in. Check the fuse. The fuse does appear to be intact. However... very rarely, but not going to say it never happens. Usually, if it looks like it does now, it actually is intact. However, that is not to say that it's not actually detached on one side and maybe is actually not a good fuse. So I'm not going to say it would be completely outside the realm of possibilities, but it does look good. But all right, for thoroughness, because I was going to check things. All right, so it is reading 0 ohms, so that fuse is good. Okay, but I think I'm gonna check some of the easy to check components, like diodes. Actually, another thing I can do, since I got it in resistance mode. So that's line and neutral. Line and ground. Neutral and ground. Okay, so I don't see any shorts there. So here's common. There's negative 12 volts. Alright, that's not shorted. Okay, that's like 400. Okay, that's not shorted. Plus 5 volts. Oh. That was weird. Okay. I don't know if you... Rudy thinks he sees oh. Okay, Rudy thought he saw a bad cap, but says never mind. Actually, when I put the voltmeter between common and plus 5 volts, for a brief moment, I actually saw 0 ohms. But maybe that was one of the capacitors charging up, because I can't reproduce what I saw. I mean, it's possible that maybe I was touching the wrong pins. Yeah, there's a capacitor there. Okay, so it's not... I mean, for the briefest moment, it said 0 ohms. I thought I'd found the problem, but it's not staying at 0. It must have been a capacitor charging up, because it's not... It's going up in resistance very quickly. Well, that's not to say that there's not a bad cap here. And this cap is very interestingly loose compared to these other three. So maybe this one might be worth looking at. Or maybe they just didn't put any glue on it. Alright, that cap is, I believe, probably going to be these two pins. Maybe. Alright, I'll probably have to check it out of circuit. Alright, let me check some of these diodes. Diodes are easy to check. Okay, So the first diodes I'm going to check are these 4 pins. I believe this is the diode bridge. So let me go to diode mode. There we go. All right, so I have a 5.5 volt drop there. Okay, and let's see here. Oh, I thought this was a diode bridge. I could be wrong. Okay, I've got a 0.5 volt drop there. .55 volt drop there. Okay. And I don't know. If that's the diode bridge, it's not acting quite the way I expected it to. Okay, that is the diode bridge. The 4 pins are marked plus, AC, and minus. So the 2 middle pins are going to be AC, plus or minus. So that is some sort of a diode bridge. So these two pins here are the AC pins. These 2 pins are plus and minus. So I guess I need a pinout for. Let me look up a diode bridge pinout real quick. Bridge diodes. Okay. Actually, it might be a bridge diode, not a bridge rectifier. Bridge diode. Okay. So here's a diagram of that might match what I'm looking for. Okay. So basically, if this is what I think it is, I should have a voltage drop there. Maybe. Okay, I thought I should have a voltage drop that way. And a voltage drop this way. So I do have 0.51 there. And I have 0.51 there. Okay. That makes sense. But I think I should also have a drop on this side. No. Maybe not. Okay. That's the negative side. Okay. So actually, I think that should be, yep, there we go. 0.5 there. Sorry, my meter's off screen. Okay, so 0.5 there. Yeah, because that's the negative side. And there should be 0.5 there. Yep. Okay. And then positive side, 0.5 there. And 0.5 there. Okay, so I think that's actually working. Hi, Thomas. I'm trying to figure out why the power supply is not happy. I'm seemingly not getting. I'm getting negative 4 volts on the negative 12 volt rail, and the positive 12 volt and the positive 5 volt rail are basically in the. I think like about 100 milliohms or millivolts. I think plus 12 volts was like 200 milliamps, and plus 5 volts was like 100 milliamps. But even the negative 12 volts was like very unhappy. But I do see there's a 7912 on this board, which is going to be the negative 12 volt regulator. Okay, that's a MOSFET of some sort. These three components here appear to be dual diodes. Or at least the first two, and the ones that's hidden by the power supply. I can't see the markings, but it kind of looks like these other two. So it looks like they are... The cathode is the center pin, if I'm reading this right. So... Alright, if these are dual diodes, then I should have a voltage drop there. It's increasing, so there must be a capacitor. And, okay. Must be a capacitor, that's increasing, but there's a voltage drop. Alright, so I think this is the second one. Okay. I'll check for no... Okay. And then this is the third one. I may have to look up the component values. Okay. So there shouldn't be... That's 0. Maybe I misread the marking on the chip. That's 0, 0. You know, I may need to remove these dual diode chips because I'm not reading. So if I'm reading the marking correctly, all right, they're marked B82 and then a 38 in smaller numbers. And then below the two diodes where I think the cathode is the middle pin, it says 004. But I don't know if B82 is the diode code or if B82 is the manufacturing year. Because the little 38 beside it looks weird. Maybe they're a 004. There's like a... I'm wondering if 004 is the diode type. Actually, I see something I don't like right here. You notice that white spot on that capacitor there? I can't tell if that's just uh surface corrosion or if that's actual legitimate something wrong. And I think I'm going to remove those diodes. Those are the low voltage rectifiers. I may have to remove them because I'm not quite sure they're reading correctly. I don't... Given the marking on the chip, it looks like they're diodes. But maybe they are rectifiers. They're and maybe they are doing what they're supposed to do. I'm going to order foam swabs. So yeah, I'm I got a whole bunch of... My Amazon cart keeps growing. I'm going to place an order on probably Monday. I gotta get spudgers and foam swabs and... Okay, that was just some surface junk. I'm quite tempted to remove those and check those components out of circuit because Okay, well, that jumper there says 115, so let me just check to make sure this isn't potentially plugged in the wrong spot if someone... Nope, if they plugged that in wrong, it would not make contact. So, okay. Just making sure that someone didn't, like, plug that in. Broken fuse holders, wires pulled out of transformers, boards that don't start. I was tempted to reflow some of the solder joints, but I don't see any... Honestly, the solder joints on this board look fine. But something's not fine. Crack CRT board. Okay, now the CRT board's not something I've pulled out yet. But I'm not getting 12 volts for it to even power up the CRT board, seemingly. I guess maybe I can pull out the CRT board and see if I see any trouble there. I mean, I did remove REFAs. Welcome to the Commodore PET, the computer that promises not to be shippable or your money back. Ah! Funny, Joe, funny. All right, well, I'm gonna take a look at a few things here. So I'm gonna remove a few components. I'm gonna spot check. There's this one capacitor that's like loose. It might just be that they didn't put glue on it at the factory, but I'm going to make sure it's not like a case of one of the pins is broken on the capacitor. Like if it got damaged somehow. Because it's like kind of looser than I thought it should be. So let me remove it. If one of the pins falls out, then I might have my culprit. Although there's 4 capacitors here, I wouldn't necessarily expect it if one of them was broken, but then again, I guess if you got the right... I don't know how they laid this board out right offhand. Alright, I think that is the capacitor. Yep. Yep, and it's feeling fairly loose now. Let me see if I can... Also, apparently whoever Aztec assembled this board, like, bent over a lot of the leads. Okay. Well, there... Okay, there is some, I don't know if you can see that, but there is some... You see that, like, line of brown right there? Under the cap? I think this, I don't know if that's the cap is leaked. Or if just some liquid got under the cap, because I can't say that this was necessarily properly stored because it probably wasn't for part of its life. Alright, so let's test this cap. It's marked 100 microfarad, 250 volt. Alright, so it's reading as 114.2 microfarad. Actually, I can't tell if it's 25 volts or 250 volts because the label's covering it. No, it's 250 volts. So 0.41 ohms, ESR, 0.6% voltage loss, and 114 microfarads for 100 microfarad cap. Well, that is within plus or minus 20%. So okay. So maybe that's just okay. So maybe that wasn't it. All right, let me keep looking here for potential suspects. All right, that's right. This 5-volt, or this what I'm presuming is a power transistor, had some something on the top of the can. And I think it's just surface corrosion. I don't think it's I don't think it's a crack in the transistor. That would have been a lot of, it would take a lot to crack that. But then again, the oscillator start cap is the most important. All right. I don't know, I don't know which one's going to be the oscillator start cap. Is there a good way to identify those, Thomas? I mean, there are a few smaller caps on this board, and one of them may very well be it. I mean, C9 is 220 microfarad. That seems a bit large for a start cap. It's 100 microfarad. That's 100 microfarad. The small one beside, oh, so it would be that one. Okay. All right. I guess I'll check that one. Let me I guess I'll reattach this other one for now. Because if I don't reattach it, then I'll do something silly like try to power this up and then wonder why. Whoops. It would also help if I actually don't let the capacitor fall out of the board while resoldering it. Generally helps. All right. Okay. Let me just try. There we go. Now I've got something under it to hold it. Okay, so there's that. Okay, back capacitor's back on. At least go ahead and cut some of these leads down, so if I do try to power it back up, I don't short anything. Okay, so Thomas says the oscillator start cap is going to be the one by the transistor. So let me see if I can identify which. Okay, so that, I believe, is the... not it. Going to be... there's those two components. And that... so I think it's going to be maybe these two right here. I think these are that capacitor. The nice thing is if I get it wrong, then most likely I'll just desolder some random component, and there's like a 50-50 chance I'll catch my error and before I reassemble it and try to power it up. For those of you that didn't see my Performa live stream, was it last week? That's exactly why the Performa's power supply didn't work after the recap. I had a component lead that I missed. that I'd accidentally desoldered it and then missed it. So one of the resistors that I'm sure is in the regulation circuit was not in the circuit. It was partially desoldered. All right, so I think this is the oscillator cap. It is 231 microfarad. It's rated at 220 microfarad. It's a 10 volt, 0.23 ohms. Yeah, that cap's probably fun. Joe is getting ready for Kansas Fest, apparently. I don't know how Joe did it, but he ordered like a million PCBs for like pennies on the dollar. And I might be exaggerating in both counts, but like he ordered like a whole bunch of PCBs. And I guess at finally some point Joe either got to a dollar number he didn't want to spend more than, or the PCB manufacturer stopped letting him pick larger numbers in the fields won. Okay, so that capacitor I think is in spec. Potentially recap the board, yeah, but that one seemed to be within spec. Okay, I'm tempted to check this one because I don't know. I can't tell if there's anything under it or if I'm just seeing a shadow, so why not? I'm just spot checking. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's right. Joe kept picking larger numbers and the price kept going down. So I think basically Joe ordered enough boards that he quite possibly reserved the entire manufacturing capacity of their PCB manufacturing for. I'm just kidding. Yeah. Yes, Joe. I now I know exactly why Joe was ordering large quantities of that board. He's getting ready for K-Fest. Well, I guess if you're you make parts for Apple IIs and 3s and you're going to the festival for Apple IIs and 3s, then yeah, I could definitely see you want to make sure you have enough things to take with you. Now it all makes sense. I was having a virtual Monday today for some reason. Probably because oh yeah, that's right. The old had training this morning. Always throws my schedule off. Imagine a modern Apple III with SMT components. I don't that I don't know how I could imagine that, Joe. Um, uh-oh. Joe's remembering more things he's got to finish. Well, maybe SMT components was the part of the Apple III puzzle Apple would have needed but didn't have back in the day. Oh, yes, Thomas, there is a spot on the PCB beside the fuse for a refa. I do not have an appropriate refa to replace it. The refa that I removed was um if not already exploded, it was it looked like it was about Armageddon time. In fact, there's actually spots for 3 reefas, and 2 of them are removed. I will have to order reefas to replace them. I don't have components. The one that's actually still on the board I put back because I thought it actually looked like it was not a line to neutral or a line to ground reefa. It looked like it actually might have been in the DC circuit. Because Adam was saying that some of the Aztec supplies actually have a reefa that if you remove them, you don't get 12 volts. So yeah, there's So yeah, there's a was a reefa here. This is the reefa that I put back because it looked like it might actually be needed for the 12 volts to work, but I can't tell. And then there was a reefa here. So this is neutral. This is line, because right here's the fuse. So line to neutral reefa, it should work without that. This one also appears to be a line to neutral one that was here, because I think this is line and I think this is neutral, but it's going through a transformer of some sort, like a 1-to-1 transformer. So I think it's an isolation transformer, and that reefa's after the isolation transformer. I mean, I wouldn't think that one would have to be there to work, but I could be wrong. All right, I'm trying to remove these 3 components that I think they're in the rectification circuit, but they look like they might be test as diodes, and I'm removing them because I think I might be able to test them out of circuit better. And I'm definitely I don't know if I've just finally found something that's, I don't know, I'm desoldering these components and I started getting the faint whiff of reheated smoked electronics. So maybe I'm onto something. Maybe it's just my imagination. All right. Let me see if I can get these out. No. Okay. Yes. All right. How's this? I'm just going to remove this entire heatsink assembly, or this entire thing, I think. I can figure out how it's attached to the board. Oh, maybe it's not. Okay. All right, let me see if I have. Here it is. Somewhere, I think I actually have a little a wrench that'll fit that nut, but this will work here. Yeah, I don't think the reef. Well, I was thinking you didn't need it to power up. I'm not saying that there aren't power supplies that use REFAs that didn't. I mean, yeah, I agree. There's probably some. Adam probably has run across power supplies that they, for whatever reason, the REFA is actually in a spot in the circuit that you need it to power up. I'm not going to comment that maybe the power supply designer did not use the REFA correctly. Maybe they used a REFA capacitor instead of some other type capacitor for some weird reason. All right. All right, so that's out. Now, okay, here's this first one. I can get it out. Seriously, they bent the leads on these components. Because they were probably like, who would ever disassemble our power supply to try to repair it? They'll just replace it. Okay, so this actually looks like it should read as 2 diodes. And yes, that is reading exactly. So there's the yeah, given how the component is marked, it is reading how I would expect it to. And that's actually a fairly low voltage drop diodes, which I guess is good. They are in the. Oh, that's annoying. Okay, let me just make sure I get this in the right spot. Because apparently what I didn't realize is that there are 4 holes and 3 pins. Old school rectifier. Okay. All right. Well, this one appears to be. I mean, not knowing what the forward voltage should be. All I know is that it appeared to have equal forward voltage on both sides. So I'm going to presume that's a good thing. And we'll go to the next one. Just trying to get the thermal pad back the way it was, because I do know on a lot of times on these components like this, the back is usually shared with one of the pins. And given the thermal pad, it's probably isolating it from this metal piece. Just trying to put that back so it doesn't short anything. All right. I'll put this one. All right. Actually, given how troublesome these are to remove, I'm thinking I may just stop trying to remove these and move on to something else, because now I just lost a lock nut somewhere. There it is. Okay. I mean, I guess if the rectifiers were I mean, I guess if these rectifiers were bad, then we probably wouldn't have... I'm not sure which voltage rail would be missing right offhand. I guess I could follow where their output goes. All right, trying to get this back together. Let's see here. I'm just staring at this. All right, if I you know, maybe I got an idea. Maybe I should follow some of this backwards. Okay. I'm going to... Okay, I am not going to try to remove these other two rectifiers because I will just about never get them back on correctly. I am, however, going to look at the negative 12 volt regulator because it's a linear regulator. So I would have expected it to be outputting negative 12 volts. As long as it was getting the input voltage it was expecting. Of course, it could be a sign that maybe whatever voltage it's expecting is too low. But maybe I think what I'm going to do once I get this back on, I don't want to lose the parts. There we go. All right, so at least I got the nut started. Oh, the thermal pad's all out of place. All right, here we go. There we go. All right, okay, let's see if I can do a little bit of tracing back as soon as I get the screw all the way in. And see where the negative 12 volt regulator, which is this one here, where it gets its voltage from. So I think that should be these 3 pins. So the pin on the right here looks to go to the... Okay, so that must be the output voltage because that's going directly to the pin header. And the middle one is, I think, coming from an inductor. This inductor here, I believe. And then that in going to a let's see if I can follow this with the voltmeter. Hey, null object, welcome. Battery powered precision driver. That'd require me to go find a battery for it, and actually it wouldn't it wouldn't fit. Oh, ohms. Okay, so this is 12 volts out. And so 2 over, so this is common. So, okay, so this pin here is going to common. This one here is must be the input voltage. And so it is, let me see if I can figure out which rail, if any, get its input from. Okay. So maybe I should look up the data sheet for it. Okay, so that's that. And that is going to... Oh. Instead of 7912. Okay, let me look up the data sheet for 7912. Okay. Ground input. Input is... negative 14.5 to negative 27 volts. Okay, so it's getting negative voltage from somewhere. Probably the diode. Okay, I think that's probably not a... Okay, yeah, I'll look into getting one of those. Anything that'll help reassemble things. Okay, so I think the negative... Now, I almost would be tempted to just simply replace that regulator if I've got a spare. Let me check. $78.05. Oh. Okay. It's 79.05s that I have, not 79.12s. Okay. I was just tempted that if I had one, I would just replace the regulator. I suspect the regulator is not... Okay, so the 7912 uses negative voltage to generate its voltage. Negative voltage... Of course, that kind of brings me back to... Huh. Maybe I am going to have to... Alright, I think for this power supply, probably... We'll have to... If I had schematics for it, it'd be easier to trace back what 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 generates voltage from where. It doesn't look like there's any cold solder joints. All right, let's see if by chance, probably something I should have. Aztec. What is an AA 12450? Oh, here we go. There's a post on the VCF forums. Oh, there's also a page on oldcrap.org that also matched the... Interesting. Oh. Let's see here. Oh, I think the keyboard is some type of microcontroller. Because on this website, it's an NEC part of some sort. I bet it is a little microcontroller. Monitor board, CRT power supply. Oh, no schematics. Interesting. This website, the power supply that is pictured, is missing these 4 caps. That is very interesting. Oh, must be reworked. Because, okay. In that picture, they're all there, but he's got another picture where all the caps are removed. Oh, he must have been recapping it. Okay, no schematics. Oh, but he does, oh, cool. There's a capacitor list here. Excellent. I may, yeah, alright. I just found a capacitor list for the whole computer. So that's cool. I just found a website for Aztec, although it does not appear to be the same Aztec that made power supplies. Although maybe it is. I don't know. Maybe they don't make their logos different. And they don't look like they make power supplies, so maybe it's a different company. Alright, VCF forums. Actually, let me move this. I'm going to block the chat momentarily so I can better read this page, because... Alright, it is a member, Van Dirk. Been working on 2 Aztec Kaypro power supplies, one of which matches this model number, and on or off for the better part of a year or so. Cannot get them working. They've been recapped, resistors checked, replaced all the transistors, replaced the diodes and bridge rectifier, replaced almost everything except for chokes, All the resistors are good. See no shorts on the common mode. Blah, blah, blah. All right, so the symptom with the power supplies, while slowly increasing the voltage on a variac, I do not have a variac, so I can't see if this is doing the same thing. The crowbar engages at 40 to 50 volts AC. Okay. No, I can't check that. See, negative 12 volts when the crowbar engages, lowering the variac voltage to just below the crowbar kicks in. Sees 12 volts, 6 volts, and 14 volts. Okay. So it looks like someone's telling this person to you have to have a load, otherwise the crowbar will fire as soon as the voltage exceeds V sub Z. Okay, I did have a load. Oh, and this person actually was having a load issue. You need to power it with an external supply, and the 5 volts is usually 12 volts. Did someone link a schematic here? We resoldered the output connector. Okay, I'm going to resolder the output connector just to double check. Okay, another person was having overcurrent protection kicking in. Turned out to be a current sense resistor that aged too much. Okay, so maybe I need to see if I can figure out which one is the current sense resistor. Because maybe it's going into overcurrent protection mode too quickly. Someone else asking if they have the schematic to post. Nope. Okay. Did anyone link a schematic in this thread? Oh, here we go. And sure enough, there's some schematics. Are any of these the correct one? AA12450, AA1, no. But, nope. Okay. Bummer. Okay, that thread didn't actually help at all. Unfortunately, the schematics, this thread did actually link where some Aztec schematics are, but none of them are this power supply. Although I guess I could see if the selection guide that's linked here mentions this model number. Not that it'll really help much other than... Okay, nope. Okay. So let me see if I can figure out which one's the current sense resistor. So let me specifically search for schematic here. And... Okay, actually, let me do one other thing. Okay, so Adam thought this looked a lot like the Model 4. Power supply. So let me actually search for that and see if that comes up with anything. All right. PRS-80 Model 4. Whoa. Hello. Wow. That... Okay, I know you can't see what I'm looking at, but... tell me... Well, I would zoom in if I could. That looks a lot like the power supply I'm looking at right now. Yeah, because there's the few... Okay. Is this the actually... Oh, wait. Is this the... This looks a lot like... Okay. I don't see a part number on this picture of the Tandy one. There we go. But I do see over on the left side, this is an Aztec supply. Oh, this looks so close. Maybe the schematic for the supply might get me in the ballpark of where the components are that I'm looking for. Because these two Reefas look the same. They actually C1, C13. Those are the same designations. The fuse holders right there. Here's this transformer dealie. There's a mauve and a mauve. Yep, those are the same on my board. There's this little doodad, whatever that is. Maybe that's the crowbar that thing. Maybe that's the crowbar right there. There's the yeah. I think this power. I think the schematic is. It may not be the exact same. Wait a minute, that's an Osborne schematic. I think this might be close enough. Okay, let's see if this gets me in the ballpark here. Okay, so here's the fuse. That's one of the Reefa caps right there. That's C1. That's not present at the moment. Here's C C2. No, is that wait. Here's the diode. Here's that transformer. It looks like a 1-to-1 transformers right here. Okay. Actually, I think that's just like an isolation transformer if I'm guessing. All right, C4, there's the diode bridge. So, okay, is that the SCR? Is this going to be the current 12-volt? Actually, I think this is going to be possibly the current sense. Is it going to be that one? There's a Zener and an it's marked SCR. So R29. Where's R29? Okay, I see R29 down in here. That is near an SCR. Although that could just be for switching. Okay, R29 appears to be in good shape. Okay, so not gonna go jump to conclusions just yet. Let me see here. Unfortunately, there's no values on this at all. I don't know what that should... Well, actually, I can check the color stripes. In that case, it's got stripes on it. So, I don't know that that's the current sense resistor. Okay, so there's Q... I don't know. I can't... Okay, the SCR provides feedback for voltage. R29. So actually, that resistor probably is important. All right, let me just sanity check the resistor. All right, so it appears as if the resistor is brown, red, black, gold. All right, so let's see what that value should be, and then I'll measure it. Because if that resistor's degraded, because that VCF forum post was mentioning degraded capacitor or a degraded resistor, so that probably that resistor value could be important. So let me double check that. Just trying to bring up my resistor code. So brown, red. Yeah, brown, red, black, gold is what it looks like. Brown, red, black, gold. That should be a 12 ohm resistor. Okay, well that probably is a current sense resistor if it's 12 ohms. Okay. Let me see. Actually, I think I could probably get to it on the underside of the board better. So that resistor is going to be, so there's the SCR, and then there's a diode. So this is probably the diode. Actually, maybe, so this should be the resistor, I think. Or maybe that's not the resistor. Maybe that's the resistor? Okay, so it's reading 10.4 ohms. It's a 12 ohm, 5% resistor, if I read the colors correctly. So 5% of 12 is going to be 0.6. If that's that resistor, and I really did read the code as 12, that resistor is actually out of spec. Or there's something in parallel that's a lower resistance that's bringing it down. So I may actually need to pull that resistor out of circuit and double check it. That resistor may actually be out of spec. Okay, so I think that's my first. That might be my first lead right there. That resistor could be out of spec, which would potentially cause it to give an improper feedback on the voltage. That would possibly mean, yeah, okay. Let me see if I can find the current sense resistor. All right, let me see here. So there's diode. There's actually a diode on here that I want to check. It's D9. What does D9 do? It's one of those weird, like, orb-shaped diodes. Let me see what D9 does. I don't know that that's necessarily a sign that it's a bad diode, but oh, interesting. IC1. Oh, okay. D9 is actually on the input. No. Negative 12 volts. Okay, so D9 is actually connected to one of the pins of the negative 12 volt regulator. So actually that is no, you oh, don't have your good glasses. Well, let me go back to the table cam. Okay, so this resistor here is on the SCR for the voltage feedback. This resistor's out of spec. Seemingly, at least in circuit, its reading is out of spec. It's possible if I pull it out of circuit, it might read correct. There could be something in parallel with it that's making it read wrong. So it's a candidate. Okay. So this diode is actually in the negative 12 volt regulation circuit. Okay, it has a half a volt drop that way, and it should be and it's reading a 2, 3, 2.7 volt drop that way. Okay, is there anything in parallel with that? Okay, I think I've got my second suspect. I think this diode might actually be bad because I'm seeing a voltage drop both ways. Oh, now I'm not getting a voltage drop there. Oh, did I have my multimeter lead resting on something? Nope. No, it's conducting both ways. Okay. That's not right. Again, I'm not exactly sure I have the exact schematics, but I've got something that is close. Kind of all the yeah, okay. There we go. So this is the schematics for an Aztec power supply. Okay. Let me check components here. Let me see if the D9 is a RGP 10B rectifier. Okay, so that's a rectifier. Oh, here's that resistor R29. Let me see what this says. It's the 12 ohm resistor. Okay. Oh wait, this okay, so I may not be able to trust this schematic. Okay, now that I'm looking at this power supply is not exactly the same. Then again, maybe it is. Okay. All right, let's see if I can find anything else on this power supply. Okay. Okay. There's that. Model 4 power supply differences. I might have to log in to download the picture. Okay, let's see here. Huh. I think I know what I might need to do. I think what I may need to do is see if I can't get one of those adapter boards that let you power a generic vintage computer with a modern power supply. See if I can't maybe find another one of these pin headers so I can make an adapter cable. I can at least try see if this thing will power up without this supply. Then at least I could rule out, is it this supply or is it the something else? Because I'm looking at the supply, I've found a few things that if the documentation I found is actually equivalent, because the model numbers don't quite line up, but the picture looks about the same, and it's entirely possible that Aztec gave the Tandy version of the power supply a slightly different part number than the um, Kaypro one, even though they may actually be same the same or have very minor differences. Quite honestly, what I may have to do is maybe I just need to print off the this list of components and go through it and oh, you ask Chat GPT if it knows about this power supply. Well, interesting. I don't know if I would trust Chat GPT when it comes to power supplies. Quite honestly. Okay, let's see here. There's one other thing I'm gonna do. All right, good night, Eric. Yeah, I'm probably about to draw the stream to a close because I'm kind of spinning my wheels here. This power supply is kind of one of those. I need some parts so I can put the safety caps back in place to make just to rule out that that's not the problem, that I have a cap that's missing that should be there. But it just dawned on me that maybe common V2. Wow, that power supply looks so close. I would almost be tempted. So Ira, oh, hold on, let me check the name. Jay Neuwirth makes replacement parts for Tandies. And one of those is a replacement power supply. And by golly, if I quite honestly think the power supply has the same outputs, just a slightly different pinout. And I would almost be tempted to just order one of those and put it in the Kaypro and find a way to fix the main power lead. Probably wire an adapter or something. Because quite honestly, I think the power supplies are the same size. In fact, I could almost crack open my Model 4P and I bet the power supply in it is like the same size, physical size, and probably even same mounting holes. I think the connector's different because I think Tandy has the Tandy board has these pins separate from these, but I think, and I think the pin pitch is slightly smaller, but I think other than I think that's the difference in the part numbers. I think Tandy had Aztec put a different power connector on it. So honestly, even though the schematics and component lists I found, they look the same, but the part number didn't line up. I think the difference is Tandy had a different connector put on it. I think this here is the same on this power supply and the Tandy one. I think it's this connector is what's different on the two, and that drove the part number change. Because actually, this is in fact, it wouldn't surprise me if I looked at the connector. It may just be a simple matter of it's a separate connector here and here, because this is a no connect. It just may be a difference of the actual, this part that they put on it. So I'm quite honestly wondering if I did order one of these supplies. I'm trying to find a better picture of it. Okay. It does look like it's a smaller pin pitch, because I see the... Still, I'm thinking that this might... It's just the end connector that was on it, and the rest of it is, like, identical. And if I just wired up an adapter harness, I bet the Tandy one would work beautifully, if that's the problem. So yeah, Tandy had a different connector. Yeah, so anyways, honestly, I bet the other thing is, if I look at this recapping kit again for the Model 4P, other than it does appear as if for some reason, I think the Model 4P cloned the Aztec power supply, or it had a slightly different revision because the safety caps aren't the same value, and they have a different component reference. So I think Tandy may have cloned the power supply for the 4P, but if they had a cap kit for the Model 4 power supply, which they don't, but someone does, I bet if I got that, then yeah, I don't... Is there an IC on this PCB? There is. Um, the only semiconductors on this board, Thomas. So there's this transistor. I mean, there's some diodes. There are these three rectifiers here that appear to be like dual diodes, but I think they're rectifiers. There's the 7912. There's this, I think this is a MOSFET right here. There's a weird diode here that thinks another rectifier of some sort on the negative 12-volt rail. And I mean, there's a couple transistors, but there's no like IC chips. So yeah, if this power supply had something like an opto-isolator or something like that, I would almost be willing to just get a replacement and try it without even thinking. And in fact, I'm still wondering if maybe there isn't some IC on, or one of the semiconductors on this board isn't maybe bad. But I don't really have anything to try tonight, and I don't feel like pulling the power supply out of my Model 4P to try it, because it's like one of the few vintage computers that I actually have put back together right now because it works and I'm done with it. Well, not done with it, like get rid of it, done with it, but done with it in that I've done all the projects I need to do on it for the moment. Great. I think the analog board for probably needs recapped at some point, but at the moment, it's like one of the few computers actually buttoned back together because I've completed all of the projects that I sought to undertake with it. So I am not tearing it apart to pull the power supply out of it, because it's actually back together. In fact, I can't even my LCs. I can't even give that claim to many of them because I got like 3 LCs over to my right that are like, um, Actually, some of them are like mostly put together, but like there's still I've like swiped something from them to put into something else to so I could at least get another project slightly further. And I did finally manage to order the blue scuzzies that I'd been meaning to order. I was having trouble ordering the blue scuzzies because I was actually ordering a blue scuzzies not from one of the vendors, but from the download the Gerbers and have them built. Um, so I would like to thank Eric Helgeson for basically answering what amounted to a stupid question. The why did I have trouble ordering them? Well, Justin overlooked a zip file in the GitHub repository. So I kept thinking that I needed to zip up the Gerber files, but I kept overlooking the fact that the repository has a zip file that has all the Gerber files already zipped, and that's the one I needed to upload along with the bomb and the pick and place files. So finally, once I ask Eric if there's like I forget exactly how I phrased it, and we went back and forth a couple times. I had to admit to him, but yeah, I completely overlooked this one file in the repository. And guess what? When I uploaded that file, it worked. So yeah, actually, my order shipped. So I'll have blue scuzzies in hopefully a couple weeks. Well, blue scuzzy boards with the surface mount on them. I still need to order the through hole components to put on them, but then I will finally have some blue scuzzies, and I will be able to put a blue scuzzy back in my LC475, and I'll be able to put a blue scuzzy back into one of the other LCs, and maybe I can put them together, because like I swiped the one that was in the 475 to put in the Performance 600. Um, yeah. Oh yeah, the Performance 600 is still apart because I wanted to re-lubricate the floppy drive. Hey Bruce, welcome. I'm like, yeah, I'm about to give up on this power supply for tonight. It's I'm just trying to see if there's like anything I'm basically this is the power supply from the Kaypro. It I think it's getting ACN, but I'm getting like negative 4.1 volts on the negative 12-volt rail. I'm getting like 100 milliamps on the 5-volt rail and 200 milliamps on the 12-volt rail. I removed the refas because they looked like they were pretty much ready to go. Two of them were like that cracked that it was like remove me or else point. I don't think the fact that the two of them are missing is my problem, but I mean I guess it could be. Um, I did find. I did find a resistor that appears to be out of spec, but I don't have. I'm going. I will have to figure out what wattage it is and order a replacement. And I found a diode that might be bad, but yeah, and Bruce is now running and hiding under his desk because he just realized that I have power supply questions. So yeah, this might be a case of I may just replace this power supply ultimately. I do know that this that there are other computers that use the same or very similar power supply. So it's not like I probably couldn't find a way to replace it. In fact, actually, I think the Tandy Model 4 I think used this exact supply, but just had Tandy had different connector put on it. So I think there are options there that if I got to it, I could just probably buy one of the modern replacements for the Tandy and just make a wire harness to adapt. Kind of like when you order a stereo from Crutchfield and you tell them what your car is, and they send you the wire harness you need to connect your new stereo to your car. Yeah, I'll call up Crutchfield and say, hey, I'm trying to hook up a stereo to my Kaypro. Hello, hello. Um, no, I'll build a whole wire harness. Because I think the mounting hole locations are the same. I think the board sizes are the same. So I may just do that, but I would maybe like to get this working because I mean theoretically I should be able to get it to work. It's just a matter of why did it die? I don't see any blown out components. I mean, maybe it just needs recapped. I don't know. I think I did find a list of the components that are on this board. It is the list for the Tandy version of the power supply, but quite honestly, I've seen the picture of the Tandy power supply, and like everything from this point over looks the same. It's like just this connector. Oh, and all you got to do is say Tandy, and a Sloopy Malibu appears in the chat. Hey, Sloopy. Yeah, I'm about to call it on this power supply for the night because it's I need to order parts. There's I need to order parts. I'm actually almost inclined to order a Deku Nukem so Deku Nukem makes the power supply adapters for the Mac Plus and the Mac SE, and I think that makes one for the Apple IIe. So it lets you plug in an ATX power supply to those computers. Deku Nukem also makes one that's just like a generic. It has screw terminals on the outputs, so it lets you plug an ATX and gives you screw terminals. I think it's got the negative. Well, I don't need the negative 5-volt on this. Anyways, makes a ready to go adapter that you just use screw terminals and wire it up. And oh, you're an Atari person. Oh, you're actually an Atari person. Ah. Anyways, I may just order one of those adapters from Deku Nukem. Actually, I had a problem with the adapters I bought. Part of the problem was me, actually. So I'd bought 2 of the adapters for the Mac SE from Deku Nukem. One of them, I dropped one of the parts on my floor. I'm pretty sure it was in the bag. It was like a little plastic clip that holds a 3D print onto the SE to cover where the power plug used to go. I dropped it on the floor. I then went to go to the other one I bought because I was going to steal parts from it, and they were missing from that kit. So I found the Discord. I went and I asked, okay, what's the part number for these clips? Because I was just going to order a couple, because Deku Nukem's in the UK. And Deku Nukem told me, just give me your order number from Tindy and I'll mail you a couple. So, and he did. They're upstairs, I think. I theoretically put them in a safe place. Yeah, I've got them upstairs. They're beside my reciprocating saw that I'll have to go look for to find them. Which, for anyone that was joining late, I realized that every time I look for a tool, I can't find it. So when I started to look for my reciprocating saw, I found the tools I was looking for. So all I need to do is look for my reciprocating saw, and I'll find whatever I can't find. That works as long as one of my neighbors doesn't come over and ask me to borrow my reciprocating saw, because I'll then have to admit to them I don't own one. So if any of my neighbors are watching the stream and are thinking that I'm looking for my reciprocating saw because I actually own one, no, I was just picking a random tool that I had no place in using in my vintage computer tonight. Because I would always find what I was looking for when I started looking for something else. So, yeah, I picked a reciprocating saw. I figured everyone watching would realize that I was probably joking and actually looking for that reciprocating saw that I don't actually own. So, yeah, a disclaimer to neighbors. I don't have a reciprocating saw you can borrow. Sloopy Malibu, my reciprocating saw is my arm. Yeah, that's my reciprocating saw too. Yes, I would have to go find one of my other saws, and then yep, I'm gonna be the manual reciprocating saw. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. I got a jigsaw somewhere. I got manual saws, but I don't have a reciprocating saw. Kind of one of those. Have not convinced myself to buy it yet. So, anyways, all right. So I guess kind of closing announcements because it's 10 till and I was up late editing videos. I won't say how late I was up till. I'm just surprised I am not more tired now than I. All right. So I have released a preview video to my channel supporters. Yes, tiers start at $1 if you want to become a channel supporter to get the preview. As long as no one that's a stakeholder finds any issues, I hope to release that video Monday. If anyone finds any issues, that might be delayed because I finished editing my video way later than I usually stay up, but I was incentivized to finish it because I kept thinking I was close. I then told Premiere Pro export. I clicked the export button. I saw that it was started to export. I went to bed, got up this morning, come down to my office, and I'm sitting in the chair beside the computer, and I start hearing a grinding noise. I'm like, okay, I don't have a hard drive in this computer. What is making the grinding noise? So I look at the fans. I'm like, no, that noise is not coming from any of the fans. And then I realized that noise is coming from the water block on the liquid cooler. I'm like, okay. I should probably shut this computer down and repair it before I use it again. So, yeah. Oh yeah, it's a Blue Yeti. So, yep. Also, the webcam is yeah, it's a fairly large mic. So, I got some feedback that this mic actually made me sound better than my Rode mic, so I figured I'd use it. So, sorry when I walked away from the bench and was still talking and you probably couldn't hear me as well. I guess I was forgetting that I switched to the Blue Yeti. So, anyways, so hopefully that video will come out. I'll be able to premiere it Monday. If I can get I think I do have a spare heatsink that will fit the processor in my video editing computer. I am not going to install that tonight because tonight's about to be over. I am going to actually go to bed. So hopefully if I do actually have that spare heatsink, which I did see today, if that heatsink actually is for the processor I think it is, which means it will go in that computer, then I will put that in tomorrow evening and I can then power the computer back up. But while the liquid cooler water block is making grinding noises, I am assuming that it is going to fail at any point. And, well, I don't want to burn up my Threadripper processor. So, anyways, so yeah, if I actually have a second video that I would actually like to try to get out really quick to preview, because I'm thinking of actually, if I can do that, because most of the footage I have already, I was going to throw together a short video on a particular topic that comes up during the video I have ready to premiere, pending approval, I might premiere 2 videos Monday night because, yeah, I guess I like punishing myself like that. Because I know the moment that you all see something in the first video that there's probably going to be questions, so I kind of want to get the second video out also to give some backstory. Yeah, I can start again tomorrow in 5 minutes. Yeah, exactly. So, anyways, yeah, so I got that video. It clocked in, that video that I'm going to premiere Monday clocked in at about 53 minutes because I could not think of a good place to break it into 2 videos. Because also, yeah, it's kind of one of those, I did not really want to make a 53-minute video because that is naturally going to mean that I'm not going to have as many people watching it. But I thought about, do I do just like a build video as part 1 and then a test video as part 2? But the build video was already going to be like 30 to 35 minutes. Because it's like, okay, well, I could cut out part of the testing where I found a problem, but then I'm going to have a gap to where I actually get it working. I'm like, because the one of the problems I had was not the project I was building; it was something else. It's like, but no, I want to leave that in for context because that actually was not a big time sink. So I'm like, okay, 53-minute video, okay, whatever. So yeah, this is why sometimes it takes me a long time to get videos out. And this one I actually just tried to push through, and I actually rendered it out. I have not watched the render out. I haven't had a chance today to watch it. So for all I know, for my channel supporters that actually saw that I posted it, I have not watched it. I have not had time to watch it. There could be horrific render errors in it, and I don't know. Because I saw that it was done rendering. I uploaded it this morning. That is the one thing I did before I shut the computer down. I uploaded the video. I'm like, okay, I'm at least going to upload this thing to YouTube because my water block is making grinding noises. I may not have an opportunity to have a choice to render it out again anytime soon. So if there are no objections and there's nothing like glaringly wrong with it, it's going out. Unless there's an objection to it or unless there's just like something completely wrong, it's going out because if I don't have the spare heatsink, I think I do, then yeah, I'm like, then it could be a week before I get another heatsink. Because I'll probably have to order it from Newegg. I don't think I'll be able to get one from Amazon. So I'm like, okay. So anyways, yeah, if you're one of my channel supporters and you watch it and there's an error, please let me know. Just leave a comment on Coffee or Patreon. I'll see it. I haven't scheduled the premiere yet. I was going to at least give it a day to make sure no one said anything, and then I'll probably schedule the premiere. But yeah, I objected. I can't see it. Yeah, I know. So anyways, yeah. So that's the fun of that video. If I do have a spare heatsink, then hopefully I'm going to get a second shorter one out that I think it will be. I'm hoping it will be like 15 minutes or less. So, but it'll give some context for the problem I had that cropped up during the build video that I left in for context. So anyway, and then I think the next video I want to get out, which will take me a while to edit because I have like, so the build project I did, that's the 53-minute video, I had about, I think I had 2.5 hours of footage, because I think I had like 90 minutes of build footage and then somewhere about an hour of test footage, and through the magic of speeding up video at times, that's how I got it down to like 53 minutes. Okay, maybe it's only like 30 minutes of test footage, because but anyway, yeah. So the VCF East video that I'd like to get out, I'd probably have like 4 or 5 hours of footage among various sources, so that's going to be fun. And I can't really speed that up as much, because when people talk really fast and you can't hear what they're saying, then no one wants to watch it. Yeah. That kind of thing. I don't think people are going to watch the Micro Machines Man VCF East video. But, yeah, can of compressed air upside down every few seconds. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think the can of compressed air will help the problem I had. I have a suspicion I know what the problem is on the part that actually went bad, and yeah. Yeah. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't want to give it away too soon. Um since Ryan's not in the chat at the moment, because I'm sure he'd probably nail exactly what happened. So anyway, yeah. Yeah. Heard the Yeah, there's some. Yeah, there were some really odd and weird people at VCF East. Yes, I can be odd at times. Um. So, anyways, yeah, the VCF East video, and then hopefully, as I get some videos out and just get them out, it'll make getting others out easier. I would like to get the VCF East video out, but that'll take a little bit of distilling down footage. And I will disclaim, there's probably things I didn't get footage of, and maybe my video is going to take a slightly different angle than well, like, but yeah, it'll take a different angle. Actually, quite quite literally, because I shot some footage thinking I was going to do a bunch of shorts and didn't. So yeah, I'm gonna have a widescreen video. I'm gonna have to do something with footage I shot to make shorts. That's gonna be fun. Apologies in advance. Yeah, I probably am normal, sloopy. I mean, I guess somewhat odd. I only wear one cap, and one is an odd number. Anyways, any other announcements? Nope. All right, I think that was about everything. So, anyways, you can expect the Kaypro will be back after I get some parts. So I'll just well, we'll see what I get. I'll at least get the safety caps. And I guess I'll order one of the negative 12-volt regulators, because I don't know, depending on what failed on the supply, the negative 12-volt regulator might have failed too. So we'll see. Maybe I'll see if I can get some sort of an adapter so I can wire in a more standard power supply just for testing, just so I can at least see, okay, is it the power supply or is there another problem? But or I might even see if I can figure out what this connector is. If there's a connector, if I can get a connector that'll plug into that, then it might make it easier for me to bench test this thing if I can carefully power it up without it in the Kaypro, because where it sits, it makes it really hard to test things. But I think I'd probably prefer to get like something that would let me wire in another power supply that's maybe not open frame into the Kaypro for testing, rather than trying to test this on the bench because it's open frame. But anyways, or I guess the other thing I could do, there's always the opportunity that if I can figure out where the video signal is on this board, and it should be fairly easy because I think there's schematics out there. I could always take the route of finding one of these connectors because that's where the power goes into this board. And then if I can figure out what plugs into the display, and I'm suspecting it might actually be this connector here, then I believe I did see online that this board outputs an NTSC signal. So the display on the Kaypro is pretty much using a NTSC signal. So I think if I can figure out where the video signal is on this board, I can hook up something like a RGB to HDMI or some sort of a other device to let tap out the NTSC signal coming from this board. So I don't think I'd have to use the CRT. And then if I can get voltage into this board, I could at least test this motherboard to see if it works. Rudy's video board would help, but note, I'm not, I don't want to hack up this board. Because I don't think there's anything wrong with the CRT. But yes, Rudy's board would help. I've got one somewhere, but the one thing about Rudy's board is they're small and easily lost. So it's somewhere. But yeah, that board would help too. But I probably do want to at least check the schematic because after all, what I read saying it was an NTSC signal, unless I actually confirm on the schematic that it looks like it actually is, then I don't want to just plug in a tiny comp. Because the thing is, the tiny comp's normally used to bypass an RF modulator. But so I don't know what the signal on this board is, if it's a but yeah, if it actually is NTSC, then yeah, by all means, I could probably use a tiny comp to tap into the signal. I thought an RGB to HDMI might give me a slightly cleaner output if it is actually outputting something that could go into it. I do like to, when I put a scope on it. I kind of, I could put a scope on it, but I don't. Something to help with diagnostics. Yeah. Anyways, the thing is, I don't have enough. I don't have the capability to power that board tonight. I need to get something. I did I need to see if I can get a connector that'll connect to that board, and then I can. That's a start. Thomas, how's the power supply? I gave up on it for tonight. I'm about to draw the stream to an end. I found a couple things that don't seem to be right, but I don't have parts to try swapping them out. So anyways, yeah, yes, Jeremy, you mentioned a Meanwell, but I don't want to. I don't. I don't necessarily want to immediately just go for the. Actually, I don't think a Meanwell is going to be much lighter than this. Number one, this actually isn't very heavy. Um, if I can fix this board, I'm going to fix this and use it because there's nothing. If there's nothing wrong with it, I don't want to just hack in another power supply that just won't seem right to me. So yeah, I'm kind of one of those. I don't like replacing things just because. I don't mind recapping boards because those capacitors are leaking, and obviously leaking capacitors don't work correctly. but I don't want to just like start wholesale replacing things just because. Usually when I replace something, it's because it's actually not repairable. So, for example, the Mac SE I had at VCF East, it had a replacement power supply in it that's not an original Mac SE power supply because I could not repair the power supply that came in it. So I tried. I recapped it, and then that didn't fix it. And I then tried the adjustment potentiometer in it, and that would work until you powered it off and back up again. And then I realized that the likely component in that power supply was one you can't get anymore as the failed component. And I mean, I still have it. It's on my shelf. If I ever did find a way to fix it, I could put it back in that Mac SE. And actually, it almost would be easier to use it in a way to have the original power supply in it because you just plug it into AC power. But at the moment, I have one of Deku Nukem's replacement power supplies in it because the original is not repairable. It the it's it's a Sony power supply, and it's got a I mean, maybe you can order the chip. But I'm like, okay, it's a guess. So the thing is, I can always put it back in. It's easy. Uh, but just so I could use the SE and have a chance of it working, I replaced it. But in this case, I haven't deemed this as not repairable yet. And if I do deem it not repairable, then that's when I'll look into actually probably replacing that with something, but it's going to have to actually fit the footprint. I'm not I'm not drilling extra holes in a computer to mount a power supply. It also has to fit in the computer, and in this case, it's got to fit not come too close to the CRT tube, because this power supply where it tucks in, it's kind of uncomfortably close to the CRT tube. So, anyways, I haven't declared it irreparable yet. One live stream is not enough, especially when I didn't order any parts before this live stream because I didn't know what I needed. All I knew is that I had parts rolling around in that in the Kaypro. It sounded like coins, but I wasn't sure that that was the only thing in it rolling around, which I guess was correct. There was a safety pin rolling around in it too. So I guess my guesses were correct, that it was mainly coins rolling around in it, but could be something else too. No screws rolling around in it. So I also can't help to think, the more I ponder, that one of these pennies did kind of look funnily corroded in a funny way. Okay, maybe it is corrosion because it actually looks green. I was about to say, I can't say for certain that the reason why this Kaypro has a failure is because it got powered up and one of these coins shorted something. I don't see any signs that anything was shorted. Because, but that's not to say that the coin that maybe what looks like corrosion to me isn't also the sign of shorting that I'm looking for. But unfortunately, it doesn't help me know what it was shorted against. If this is what was shorting something and blew out something. Unfortunately, none of the components look damaged. So, yeah. So, anyways, I have some guesses. I'll order some parts, probably Monday, because that way, if I do anything on Dave's stream that I realize I need parts for, then at least I don't place 2 Mauser orders in like 2 days. That's embarrassing. But anyways, yeah, Yeah, I'm gonna ponder this. I may um yeah, I may order a few parts just as guesses, just to have them on hand. I will order at least safety caps, but not ready to give up on this power supply yet. But I may find an adapter that'll at least let me power the computer up with another power supply just to see what else works. But I'm not gonna order a Meanwell for it just yet. I'm not not that far yet. Not ready to call it quits on repairing this, because I suspect there's quite honestly, I think I may order caps. I may try recapping this original power supply, because sometimes recapping can fix a multitude of things. So, anyways, yep, that's where the Kaypro is currently disassembled. Power supply is not delivering the correct voltages. Oh, okay. I thought I just noticed something, but nope, it was just a shadow. Uh, if I can get a way to power up the logic board on its own, then that'll at least let me see that this is correct. But oh, you know, that was a bug all along on the side of that. So, anyways, yeah, if I can find a way to power this up, then I will. I just need to. If I can figure out what this connector is, then yep, all I need is +5, +12, and -12, which I think I can get that from an ATX power supply. But I just want to figure out what that connector is so I can at least make something that I'm not afraid of, that I'm just going to short something out. Then, then I can at least figure out what else is wrong other than this. Okay, and I guess I do need to find an RJ11 jack that'll fit the back of the keyboard. So, yep. Anyways, the Kaypro will be back. Maybe next week if I can get parts, because I don't have any. Uh, it may be the following week, because I do have one other recent eBay purchase that I may do it on Dave's stream, but I have one other recent eBay purchase that I need to crack open and do some immediate preservation steps on, because of I think it was stored even more poorly than this Kaypro. This Kaypro is dirty. It does look like though it got wet at some point while it was in storage because of rust that's in the keyboard. But otherwise, the rust seems to be contained in the keyboard. I mean, there's some rusty screws on the Kaypro itself, but I haven't seen any signs of water in the Kaypro. So, and it looks like the keyboard itself may the rust is actually on the metal base of the keyboard. So I don't think the keyboard got wet. I think it was just the base. So, but this other thing that I have, it actually looks like it got wet. And it has a Varta in it. You do the math. I may take a look at that on Dave's stream Sunday. Hopefully his internet will be cooperating. And with that, now that I think I've said everything that I have and I've caught up with the chat, and I know Jeremy and Thomas has been trading things about pet power supplies. So, and Jeremy would like to get a 2SI power supply. Yeah, those are, yep. Now, if you want to talk about failure-prone Mac power supplies, the 2SI ones are, yeah, those need recapped. If you do find one, it's probably going to need recapped, just because they were made cheap. Just like the LC power supplies. They probably about need recapped. And with that lovely power supply reality check, I think it's time to call the stream to an end. So now that I have my finger on the correct button here in OBS, I'd like to wish everyone a great rest of your evening. And until next time, take care. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.